Greetings everyone and welcome to ICGSI 2024, the first international conference and call for paper on gender and social inclusion. My name is Rafia Ilmawati as your Master of Ceremony for this international conference and call for paper. First, I'd like to start off by expressing my heartfelt thanks to all of you for taking the time to join us today. Your participation is greatly appreciated, and we are so glad that you could be here with us today. We understand that your time is valuable, and we are grateful that you have chosen to spend it with us and make it worth your while by providing valuable insights and informative knowledge throughout the first international conference and call for paper on gender equality to accelerate SDGs. So once again, a very welcome to all of you. We hope that you find this international conference and call for paper both engaging and informative. Before we get started, I would like to go over some important rules for today. 1. Please ensure that you have a stable internet connection and are in a quiet environment to minimize background noise. 2. Please turn on your camera. Rename and apply the virtual background that already shared by panelists. 3. Please use the chat feature to ask any questions you may have during the international conference and call for paper. Our panelists will answer as many as possible. 4. Please keep all questions and comments respectful and relevant to the topic at hand. Any inappropriate behavior will not be tolerated. 5. Please note that today's international conference and call for paper is being recorded for future reference. These are just a few guidelines to ensure that everyone has a positive and productive international conference and call for paper experience. We absolutely cannot wait to dive deeper and explore this topic together. So without further, let's get started. Before we begin, let me explain the format of this international conference and call for paper. The session will last approximately 8 hours with keynote speakers session and parallel session presented by our expert speakers and participants. If you experience any technical difficulties during the international conference and call for paper, please use the chat feature to let us know. Our technical support team will be available to assist you. Let me read the international conference and call for paper today. Opening, singing Indonesia anthem, and March Wijaya Putra University. 3. Welcome speech. 4. Keynote speaker session. 5. Q&A sessions. 6. Submission of certificate. 7. Parallel session. And the last one, closing. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to our international conference and call for paper on ICGSI 2024, the first international conference and call for paper on gender and social inclusion. We are excited to have you here today to learn from our expert speakers about gender equality to accelerate SDGs. We are honored to host this international conference and call for papers today, and we would like to start this session by inviting everyone to stand up for our national anthem, Mars Wijaya Putra University, and listen our welcoming speech. Please remain standing for the national anthem of Indonesia, which will be played shortly. Lagu Kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Mars Wijaya Putra University.
Sivitas Akademika Universitas Wijaya Putra mekar di bumi Nusantara Indonesia. Satukan tekad yang bulat dengan hati mulia membangun bangsa demi tercapainya masyarakat sejahtera. Tridharma perguruan tinggi dilaksanakan, disiplin diri, kerja keras sejati, mengamalkan ilmu pada negeri dengan seluruh daya kreasi. Universitas Wijaya Putra bangga dan menjunjung citra alma mater tercinta, berlandaskan Pancasila dan Undang-Undang Dasar 45 dalam lindungan Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa. Niscaya Indonesia jaya, maju pantang mundur tanpa putus asa. Hidup Wijaya Putra, jayalah selalu, Wijaya Putra.
Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. We've got an exciting lineup of welcoming speech and international conference and call for paper planned for today. For the first one is from our International Conference State Gender and Social Inclusion of Wijayaputra University, Dr. Dwi Lesno Panglipursari, SAMM. The time is yours. Excuse me. Again?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Distinguished speakers, honorable conference participants, respected colleagues, esteemed faculty members, and students, and respected guests. Let us express our deepest gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His countless blessing and guidance, which have brought us together today for the first international conference and call for papers on gender and social inclusion SDGs 2024 with the theme Gender Equality to Accelerate SDGs. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of this event. To all our hosts, sponsors, speakers, participants, and the dedicated organizing team, your hard work, support, and collaboration have been instrumental in ensuring the smooth execution of this conference. Your effort and commitment are truly appreciated, and we are honored to have had your invaluable contribution in making this event a reality. The international conference with the theme Gender Equality to Accelerate SDGs serve as a platform and networking hub for stakeholders to come together, fostering collaboration among governments, professionals, practitioners, and academics. This initiative aims to create synergy that open up diverse opportunities, advancing economics, social, and environmental aspects of sustainable development by promoting gender equality and achieving the full potential of the SDG. We hope that this conference serves as a catalyst for meaningful decision, innovative solution, and strengthen collaboration in advancing gender equality and accelerating the achievement of sustainable development goals. Let us carry forward the essence and inspiration comes from this event to drive impactful change in our respective fields and communities. Once again, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, speakers, and contribution who helped make this conference of success. Together, let us continue striving for a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable future. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. And for the second one is from our co-host from Universitas Islam Malang, Dr. Afifuddin SAG MSI. The time is yours. Okay. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Bismillah,
wabarakatuh.
alhamdulillah, wa syukurillah, la nikmatillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, Sayyidina Muhammadin, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Without my respect, Honorable Rector, University of Islam Malang, and needs official, Honorable Rector, University of Wijaya Putra, and needs official, Honorable speakers who are extraordinary, dear conference participants, dear fellow lecturers and students, as well as all invited guys. Praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His grace and guidance, so that we can gather today in this very important event, the first international and call paper on gender and social inclusion, with the theme Gender Equality and Accelerating Sustainable Development Goal. First of all, let me express my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee for the opportunity given to us faculty of Administrative Science, University of Islam Malang, to co-host this prestigious event. This is an honor for us. The theme of this conference, with is gender equality and accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal, is a very relevant and urgent global issue. We all recognize that gender equality is not just a goal, but a human right that must be fought for. By achieving gender equality, we will not only create a more just and inclusive society, but will also foster more comprehensive sustainable development. University of Wijaya Putra is strongly committed to contributing to realizing sustainable development goals through various programs and activities. We seek in encourage the activity participation of women in various aspects of life, as well as create an inclusive campus environment free from all form of discrimination. This conference is an opportunity for all of us to share knowledge, experiences, and innovative ideas in our effort to achieve gender equality. I hope this throughout the discussion and participation and presentation that will be delivered by the speaker and participant, we can achieve a deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities in achieving gender equality and formulate concrete steps on overcome this existing problem. I am confident that this conference will be a milestone in our joint effort to realize gender equity in Indonesia. Let us cooperative to create a better future for future generations. In the end, I would like to thank all those who have contributed to this conference. Please join us for this conference. Wallahu muwaffiq ila amitorif wal afu minkum. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the great welcome speech from Universitas Islam Malang. For the next welcoming speech is from co-host Untak Samarinda in video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is with great honor and joy that I, Evi Kurniasari Purwaningrum, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs at Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Samarinda, extend my heartfelt congratulations to Universitas Wijaya Putra on the organization of the first international conference and call for paper on gender and social inclusion with the inspiring themes gender equality to accelerate SDGs. We appreciate your commitment to advancing gender equality and fostering dialogue to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Best wishes for the success of this conference. May it bring impactful discussion and meaningful collaboration. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And this is for the last one, is going from Rector Wijaya Putra University. A warm welcoming speech delivers Dr. Budi Endarto SHM. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished guests and participation, good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure of honor that I welcome to all to the first international conference hosted by University of Wijaya Putra, focusing on a critical theme, gender equality to accelerate sustainable development goals or SDGs. As we gather here today, we stand a remarkable moment in our collective journey toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Gender equality is not only the fundamental human right, but also a necessary foundation for creating a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Our discussions and collaboration today will play a crucial role in driving forward agenda of gender equality and ensuring that no one is left behind. Moreover, the SDGs explicitly become the main spirit of the National Long-Term Development Plan 2025 and to 2045, as outlined in Law Number 49 of 2024. In terms of legal enforcement, its position is increasingly strategic compared to the previous arrangement based on presidential regulation. Thus, it's quite clear that issues related to SDGs are strategic studies as the theme of the international conference, especially related to gender equality, which will be discussed in our conference this time. In brief, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our organizing committee, speakers, participant, and co-hosts from Universitas Islam Malang and Universitas 17 Agustus Samarinda for making this event possible. I'd also like to express my sincere gratitude to all the keynote speakers at this conference, Dr. Violeta Hubert from Melbourne, Australia, Dr. Anna Gabriela Mansilla from Peru, Profesor Dr. Sukri Langputeh from Thailand, Ibu Profesor Dr. Insinyur Kepi Sukesi MS from Indonesia, and Ibu Dr. Sri Yuni Woro Astuti from Indonesia. Your contributions are invaluable, and I firmly believe that together we will make important progress in achieving gender equality and accelerate of the SDGs. Thank you. I appreciate your time and participation, and I hope you have the productive and enlightening or insightful this conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the nice speech. Let's go into the next agenda. Now please, Mr. Ong Andre Rianto, STMT, to lead us in prayer.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning for all participation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to bow our heads and open our hearts in prayer, seeking blessing from God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for this international conference to be a meaningful and valuable moment for all of us. I will lead this prayer in accordance with Islamic teachings, and for those of other faiths, you are warmly invited to pray in accordance with your own beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Hamda yuwafi'u ma'ahu yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi la jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabal maut wa rahmatan indal maut magfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma fir lana wa liwalidayna wal muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'minin wal mu'minat al ayya'imun man amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibat da'wat ya khadiyal hajat. Oh Allah, make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholar, researcher, and student of various disciplines. May the conference we organized today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, and lead us to be a successful, productive person in our nation. Oh Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart of your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to blessed persons. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. To all participants in this international conference and call for papers, please turn on your camera to take group of photos. Again, I'll repeat it. To all participants in this international conference and call for papers, please turn on your camera to take group of photos and use our virtual background. Okay, the last again, yeah. To all participants, please turn on your camera. We will take photos. Okay, on my 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, next slide. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, for the last, again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue for our international conference and call for papers. Keynote speaker sessions are led by our moderator. It's my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Yurila Endah Mulyati, SSSAMM, who is an expert in Certified Lecture 2018, Certified Microsoft Office Specialist on Microsoft PowerPoint 2016, and Certified Digital Marketing Professional 2024. She has graduated from Wijaya University in 1992, College of Foreign Languages and Letters in 1996, Wijaya Putra University Faculty of Economics Business in 2007 and Magister Management in 2009. She has written 10 researches, such as in 2022 entitled Fenomena Jasa Antrian Tiket BPJS di RSUD Dr. Sutomo Surabaya. In 2023, peer-to-peer lending pada pengguna gagal bayar ditinjau dari perspektif kualitas layanan. And she has written 9 publications, such as in 2022 entitled Pengaruh Sensory Experience, Emotional Experience, and Social Experience terhadap Customer Satisfaction pada layanan pengemudi ojol perempuan di Prigen Pasuruan. And in 2024 entitled Service Quality in Peer-to-Peer Lending Customer. We are honored to have Yurila Endah Mulyati, SSSAMM, as our moderator today. Okay, please, over to you.
Thank you, Rafia.
My pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. A very good morning and warm greetings to all of you. Welcome to the first International Conference and Call for Papers on Gender and Social Inclusion, ICGSI 2024, with the theme Gender Equality to Accelerate SDGs. My name is Yurila Endah, and I am honored to serve as your moderator for today's seminar. It is a privilege to guide this important discussion, which brings together brilliant minds from diverse fields, academics, professionals, practitioners, and policymakers to collaborate and share insights on advancing gender equality and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Before we begin, allow me to share some guidelines to ensure our event runs smoothly. First one is each speaker will have 30 minutes for their presentation. The second one is after our presentation, there will be a Q&A session where participants can ask questions. Please raise hand for the questions. We kindly request that everyone remains muted during the presentation unless invited to speak. Now, I'm delighted for the first keynote speaker. I'm delighted to introduce Professor Dr. Insinyur Kepi Sukesi, MS, Professor at the Faculty of Agriculture, Wijaya University, Malang, and also the Chairperson of ASWGI for 2023 until 2027, which is an Association of Indonesian Women, Gender, and Children Study Centers. Let me read her CV first. The first one is educational background. Prof. Kepi Sukesi graduated from Wijaya University on Economic Sociology in Agriculture in 1980, and then master's degree in 1982 from Institut Pertanian Bogor, and doctoral in 1995 also from Institut Pertanian Bogor. I also highlight some books publishing, but I only read from 2021, which is Pendidikan Karakter Anak Usia Dini berbasis kesetaraan gender dan inklusi sosial, and then Sociology Gender, konsep dan aplikasinya di pedesaan. She also had some research but I only read from 2022, which is riset aksi pemberdayaan perempuan dalam produksi dan kemitraan pasar minyak kelapa, studi di Sukowilangun, Kecamatan Kalipare, Kabupaten Malang. And then the last one is pencegahan dan penanganan kekerasan seksual di perguruan tinggi Kota Malang. And as publications in 2022, Resilience and Women's Strategies Toward the COVID-19 Pandemic, study in Kampung Cempluk Kali Songo Village, Dau Malang District, and then Women's Issues, Social Capital, and Resilience During the COVID-19 Pandemic in Indonesia. That's all for Professor Kepi Sukesi curriculum vitae. And now, please welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Kepi Sukesi, MS, to present. From Prof. Kepi?
Yeah, okay. I'm ready.
Yeah.
May I take the share screen first?
Yes.
And my voice is okay?
Now, loud and clear, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. Yeah. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning, Honorable Rector of Universitas Islam Malang, Honorable Rector of Universitas 17 Agustus Samarinda, and of course also Rector of Universitas Wijaya Putra Surabaya. Dean, maybe Center of GESI Study of Universitas Wijaya Putra, and also the committee, of course, and all of you ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to present about my short paper or PPT with title Gender Equality to Accelerate SDGs in Social Development Perspective. Okay, let's start with what is the goal of sustainable development. We can look here. There are 17 goals of sustainable development, and the goals highlight the importance of gender equality in sustainable development across various sectors worldwide. We look here, specifically gender equality is the number 5 of SDGs. How to describe the SDGs in the short? We can look the achievement of gender equality as measured by the Gender Development Index or GDI and the Gender Empowerment Index. This is the two of the how to measure the sustainable development goal. And we look in Indonesia is still fluctuating. The Gender Development Index in Indonesia for 2013 until 2023, we can look the national average also shows an increase, indicating the improvement in gender equality, reaching 91.07 in 2023. In the provinces, we can look with the low GDI and provinces with high GDI. Papua and Gorontalo is the provinces with the low GDI. Papua recorded the lowest GDI in 2013 is 77.61 and increased to 81.64 in 2023, but it remains far below from the national average. And Gorontalo also has a low GDI despite showing significant improvement. Provinces with the high GDI, we can look the North Sulawesi and DKI Jakarta, Yogyakarta, consistently recorded high GDI scores with values above 94 for most of the period. And North Sulawesi reached a GDI of 95.06 in 2023. North of Sulawesi is the highest GDI in Indonesia. Sorry for the very little number. This is the condition of provinces from Aceh until Papua from 2013 until 2023, GDI and GEI. This is the GEI. The number of GEI is separated. Okay. In GEI, Gender Empowerment Index, let us look the provinces with the low GDI. Again, Papua. Papua, despite experiences an increase, the GDI remained low, rising from only 57, but increase in 2023 become 65.70, reflecting challenges in empowering women in this region. And west of Nusa Tenggara, it has one of the lowest IDG scores, reaching only 53 in 2023. This is indicate a need for greater focus on women's empowerment in this area. And provinces with the significant improvement, we can look the central of Kalimantan and south of Sulawesi. Central Kalimantan demonstrated significant improvement, achieving its highest score in 2019 with the 83.20, although there has been a slight decline afterward. And short of Sulawesi experienced a steady growth, increasing from 64 in 2013 to 75 in 2023. I think this is a significant increasing in this area. Okay. Now we will look the what is the strategy, strategy of social development specifically. Since 2010 onward, addressing inequalities in society requires going beyond a gender perspective and expanding it to a GESI framework: gender equality, disability, and social inclusion. This means we need to consider other marginalized, neglected, and discriminated groups in the development process, including disability, age, economic aspect, conflict area, displacement, and education aspect. In disabilities aspect, we can look the community of persons with disabilities, elderly and children. And for the economic aspect, the poor communities, victim of conflict, and refugees communities. And the last is by education aspect, can look the uneducated or undereducated communities. There are some challenge or problems for every situation, every condition. For example, in disabilities communities, lacking in education, limited access to resources, women with disabilities are vulnerable to violence, and poor infrastructure and facilities for disabilities communities. And elderly and children issues, the children who are victims of sexual violence, they have the right to receive guarantees regarding the confidentiality of their identity, receive accompaniment, protection, and or recovery, receive services according to their post-trauma needs. I think this is the specific need of children who are victims of sexual violence. And elderly individual have to right to receive guarantees regarding their health and social and economic protection. Okay, for economic aspect, we can look specifically for poor communities in rural and urban areas. They have the little access to agricultural resources, is still low. Access to production capital outside of agriculture is also still low, and businesses managed by the women are still limited to micro and small enterprises. As businesses grow larger, women's access becomes more limited. The last is the in education aspect. The education disparities between rural and urban areas, as well as between girls and boys, remain evident, with remote province showing lower rates. For example, in Papua again, the school participation rate, or APS, for the 19 until 24 age group in 2023 is only 23.89%, significantly lower than the national average of 26.85%. Girls' education in remote and underdeveloped areas such as Papua continues to face significant challenge. The APS for girls aged 19 until 24 in Papua is 22.5% compared to 25.2% for boys in the same age group. There are indications that dropout rates for girls in 3T areas, the disadvantaged, frontier, and outermost areas are higher than those for boys, especially at higher education level. I think Papua again, it's the growth rate of girls at the senior high school is very still high. Yeah? And this figure highlights the pressing need for targeted intervention to improve education access and retention for girls in this region. This is the data from Statistic Bureau of Indonesia for school participation rate or APS. And the conflict victim, we can look the refugees, women with the limited sources of livelihood, inadequate water and sanitation, and interrupted education, and risk of child marriage. We can look the Rohingya, for example. Yeah. Finally, how to GESI equality? We need for affirmative action for vulnerable group, vulnerable in GESI condition. Number one is mainstreaming of disabilities, productive economic business group for the economic aspect. This is important, and equal access to education, social protection, and engaging stakeholders. Okay, that's all of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and back to moderator. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Stop saying. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Kabi Sukesi. Very insightful presentation. Now I would like to highlight from the presentation, gender equality to accelerate SDGs in social development perspective. First is the Gender Development Index GDI trends is progress noted nationwide. However, disparities persist, particularly in Papua and Gorontalo. High-performing provinces include North Sulawesi, DKI Jakarta, and DI Yogyakarta. And for Gender Empowerment Index, GEI, regions like Papua and West Nusa Tenggara is significantly in empowerment. Notable improvements in provinces like Central Kalimantan and South Sulawesi. And for challenges in education, disparities between rural and urban areas and between genders, also high dropout rates among girls in remote and disadvantaged regions like Papua. The next is broader inclusion needs, GESI, Gender Equality, Disability, and Social Inclusion Framework, addresses diverse marginalized groups, and challenges include limited resources, vulnerability to violence, and inadequate infrastructure for disabled women. The last one is on economic and social barriers, which is women's participation is large-scale business is limited, and poor access to agricultural resources and production capital for impoverished communities. That's from Prof. KP presentation. And for the participant, hold your questions because we have another session for questions. Now, let me introduce you to the second keynote speaker, which is Dr. Violeta Schubert from the University of Melbourne, Australia, that will present about women's leadership and gender equality. Prof. Violeta Schubert is an anthropologist and development studies scholar in the School of Social and Political Sciences at the University of Melbourne. Her research advances understanding of kinship, gender, aging, and rural depopulation and intersections between culture and development to shed light on the plight of individuals and communities navigating existence in the face of precarity and rapid social transformation. She is the author of Modernity and the Unmaking of Men 2020, based on ethnographic research in the Balkans post-socialist Macedonian society. Her second sole-authored book, Leadership and Organizational Culture in Development, Challenging Exceptionalism, Routledge 2023, extends concerns with culture to highlight how leadership and organizational arrangements shape development thinking and practice. She has extensive experience leading multidisciplinary projects, co-chief investigator of the Global Ayahuasca Project, and co-founder of the Medical Psychedelics Research Network. Her research of Indonesia society includes focus on public sector reform, inclusive development, feminization of poverty, e-leadership, and women leadership, and she has contributed extensively to development organizations, NGOs, and agencies, including on child protection, gender, and intersection between culture and development based on her expertise. Her educational background is a PhD in anthropology from University of Melbourne in 2001, and then in 1990, BA Honors La Trobe University. Professional experience from 2003 until now as a senior lecturer, Anthropology and Development Studies, School of Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Arts, the University of Melbourne, VIC, Australia. Teaching and Learning, Director, Master of Leadership for Development, Melbourne University, jointly offered with Manchester University. Current Subject Coordinator, Work Integrated Learning Curriculum Development Expertise, and her research focus on leadership, development and culture, kinship, family, gender, equity and development, health, equity and alternative models, consultancy projects and expert advisor, occasional consultancy projects and expert advisor. That's all for the curriculum vitae, and now let's welcome Dr. Violeta Schubert.
Hello, everyone. It is a great honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I feel very excited and very privileged for us to come together and share our thinking and our knowledge for what is an absolutely crucial issue. I am coming to you from the University of Melbourne. The University of Melbourne is part of and sits on the traditional owners of the unceded lands. We work, learn, live. We pay respect to elders past, present, and future, and acknowledge the importance of Indigenous knowledge in the academy. And that is our tradition. So wanted to acknowledge our Indigenous elders past and present. My talk is a little bit different. I don't want to be focusing on what are the things that we need to catch up to. And please forgive me, I won't be mentioning the SDGs. What I wanted to share was to work beneath the structures that inform the making of SDGs and the concerns we have with regards gender equity. For that purpose, I will share my PowerPoints. I hope they come through. If they come through, sorry, it gets a bit hard. If you did miss me or not working properly, please do let me know. So for me, there are three elements that I wanted to share and for us to consider together, because this is a shared knowledge platform. And it is, first part of that for me is it time for us to rethink how we conceptualize gender? Because that word gender is not that great. It might capture some bits, but it also leaves a few things problematic for us. We know that there has been a continuous struggle between what we choose. When we say gender, do we mean women, women's empowerment, protection for women, or do we mean, you know, women's relationship to men, or is it something more? The issue for us is the choice of going with the word gender and its institutionalization, its political peak coming through integration policies, through mainstreaming policies. And some gains have been made with that, but there are also significant challenges that are associated with it. The institutionalizing of gender inequality is my concern. And we paying attention to, you know, how gender issues are taken up by the state, predominantly in terms of women's access to political participation, representation, and policies. The tying gender issues to institutions, predominantly around economic participation. These aspects
Recording in progress.
Are both good, but they also have some quirky things that I think require us to be more critically reflexive about our choice making with the term. The other for me is, and you know, this is just one, and I'm not from one of the collaborative projects that I'm working on with Sulikos Morawati from Erlangen University. But I, as an anthropologist, tend to step back often. And I was listening to the other women talking. These things that, you know, I add here are actually Indonesian women making the comments, not the outsiders. We have a great divide between educated women, rural women, and urban women. We've got this construct of what we think is pitiful, not as modern, as advanced, the choice-making elements. The other aspect is that our heroic depictions of women, yeah? Simone de Beauvoir, of course, we've, you know, currently the Giselle Pellicot, you know, case of the multiple rapes in South France, the number of protests, for example, in India relating to girls being raped and falling victims and how we handle it. You know, women's voicing and not their victimhood, not their passivity, but the strength of activism by women. And in other words, social, political, economic leadership that women show in their own society. The way we conceptualize gender and what that conceptualization tells us about our idea of what we're pursuing, equity. Many cases, it is treated as if it's culture free. And I think we need to be more contextual rethink what is our notion of equity. Not only what is our notion of gender, but what is our notion of equity. There's been a growth in, for example, masculinity studies, the study of men, the relations between men. Women's studies might have had a place as the study of women, but in actual fact, it's not the study of femininity, the relations between women. Our conceptualization of equity most often falls between complementarity, men and women occupying separate places, but somehow, coming together in specific ways. Neither is, lower or higher, but separate. The normative models that we favor so much is that predominantly women are swallowed up, by patriarchy. Women, or the reverse idea of, pursuing places where women could rule. All these imaginaries that we have as individuals, as a collective, as a society, about the kind of world we want to be in varies so significantly. It might vary, but I would suggest we are so stuck in binary mode thinking. Gender is about women's positionality vis-a-vis men. Yeah, it's not quite moved out of that trek of thinking just men, women, men, women. For that men-woman perspective, it reminds me of the extent to which the initial endeavors, the 1970s desire to distinguish the difference between sex and gender. So to make gender a useful for action because gender, the role of man, woman, is socially constructed. Sex is a biological given we can't do very much about. And this separating sex from gender, presumably being that if it's about gender, it's about culture. We can work with culture. We can't work with changing biologies. And the binary thinking, setting up our chain of ideas about the different worlds that we occupy, the normative social biography of women, childbearing, the different ways of seeing things. For example, Marilyn Strathern, in relation to Melanesian culture, saying, hey, let's not look at opposition, male, female, men, women. We might be thinking of that there are different spaces of complementarity. And these discourses of complementarity or normative perspectives are really powerful. What I find in my own research from the Balkans, looking at rural men, aging bachelors who are going to remain never married. Why? Because women have withdrawn their complicity. It is these normative framings, when women withdraw their complicity and how they withdraw their complicity with normative framings is, I think, really interesting. In the case of the Balkans, and my initial research was that women become more mobile. They get education, they find a job, they leave. Women choosing not to marry. And this contesting normative social biographies, we're seeing in various guises in terms of very low fertility rates, the rising number of people who are marrying very late, choosing not to have children, and the like. And the other aspect is of the social leadership of women, and if we're to focus on, is this normative backlash to women's advancement, as well as the counter-normative resistance that we find in pockets where it is the most challenging thing. Yeah. For instance, this career 4B movement, it was just a very recent thing that I saw in the papers. The gender disparity in career, the wage gap, is so significant. There are so many challenges that are very gender focused, despite incredible economic development, because of these very normative social biography scripts that are being prepared, and women are rejecting them. Or in the case, of course, the bravery of Malala in the face of being shot at by Taliban gunmen. By the 1990s, it felt like the men were being left behind, but in a very recent discussion with a colleague who's very much a feminist activist, and she said, what have we done wrong? Why is it likely, according to the UN, that it's going to take us another 3-4 generations to achieve gender equity? And the big issue has been that men were left behind. So if gender equity is reconceptualized as working together, working with, rather than women trying to beat through the normative framing of society, what is it that we would need to do? Yeah. These are aging bachelors in China, picture of it. It's very, so the working with men, but in actual fact, it's not the working with, yeah, it's rethinking our way of talking about gender. Weston Zimmerman's, very nice paper, doing gender, and gender is a product of social doing, involves complex of socially guided perceptual interactional activities. So gender is about what is being done, yeah? But what do we need to do? What is the doing of gender that might require us challenging? A big aspect, I think, is reconceptualizing gender and the perspective of relatedness and interconnectivity. The conundrum for us is that the path we've taken towards seeking gender equity has institutionalized and maybe even marginalized the possibility of gender equity. I gave a talk quite a while ago to a European feminist women's group at a conference, and they were talking about, mainstreaming gender, which is institutionalizing it in various ways. That will get us through. Everyone was so committed to the mainstreaming approach, but that mainstreaming approach has not delivered, and there are many critics that have come up about it. I think the issue is that we need to look at how ideas and approaches and policies come to be institutionalized in a manner that they perpetuate the inequity. In fact, they might make it worse. In that sense, I see, even when we're talking about women's leadership, the modalities of leadership, and for me, leadership is how we think that social action happens. Yeah, and we think that some social actors, make the contributions above other people's contributions. So, and leadership in that sense has to be seen as contextual and purposeful. Women's leadership You know, there's enormous amount of literature on leadership is extraordinarily massive, but leadership of women is not that grand. The theorizing is constantly about the catch-up game, yeah? There is aspects where you think that women need access to decision-making, access to being leaders, or training women to become leaders. But women's leadership, what is it and how does it look like? And for most, the issue of access, the issue of women's distinctiveness, and the efficacy, how well women lead, makes it seem like women's leadership in the formal, institutional, political, economic sense, it's still a formal leadership thing rather than social leadership. Yeah? Women's leadership continues to be plagued by gender-related obstacles. A woman leader is going to be that gender aspect comes in. A man leader, well, a leader, they don't talk about it being a man leader. We only talk about woman leader, yeah? In that way, attitudes, expectations, and presumptions around women gaining access to leadership roles, the efficacy of how they lead and so forth. It's not put down to them as individuals without reference to their gender. And of course, we've got some incredible women in Indonesia that have been incredible trailblazers. And of course, they've simultaneously been critiqued and contested. Yeah. Most often with their gender component. Leadership is conceptualized as masculine. And the way that we describe leaders is, you know, great man thesis, you know, heroic leaders. Women's leadership is exception to this rule. Yeah. So it's either different, unique, or a mimicry, or they bring their womanhood, nurturing, caring, familial authority purchase into the space of it. In that sense, I'm trying to rush. I hope that it's making sense, but I think we need to rethink the structural symbolic terrains of the kinds of gender contestations that happen and the institutionalization that continues to be reproduced even when we have gender equity as a goal. The dynamics of interaction and contestation keep changing, but we've been using the same terms, the same orientations. And forgive me, I hope it doesn't sound too controversial, but 2015 creating SDGs, 2016, 20 whatever, is not the current. The world has so changed even from last year, much less, you know, a decade or so ago. And our pursuit of certain things in the frame that we're doing it, I think might be our undoing in a way. Moving forward, I think we need to identify and acknowledge. From that acknowledgement to reconceptualize. I say leadership here, but I mean gender equity. How we prioritize and the affordances we give. The inclusion of boys. I mean, boys have got a really tough, the violences against men as well as violences against women. The idea that equity is that embedded sociality between and within without leaving either men or women behind, or you know, whichever way people identify and situate themselves. The authenticity issue over the shame perspective, I think, is a big aspect of that, challenging the normative framings, even of what we mean by gender equity, because if a woman is not educated, if a woman is not working, if she doesn't have a career, if she's from the rural area, is she going to be looked down by other women? Of course she is. And that's the issue. So that if I can round it off, I don't think we've actually made genuine advances to study of women and femininity and relations between women. We've been focusing too much on the relations between men and women in a very narrow way in order to move forward gender equity. Okay. Gender equity, women equity is not the same thing. We keep confusing it. And the other aspect for me is women are situated within kinship, within community society. It's not about women's public spaces. The kinship community spaces are a really crucial aspect. As we know, with early child marriage, women's reproductive health, well-being, mental health, domestic violence, but men's as well. So Women's Empowerment Agency manifests in different ways. And I think we need to have follow-up to having regulations, laws, rights in terms of the issue of protection. The UN guides, SDG and whatever guides, we can make general guides of what we need, but they have to be far more contextually situated. Okay. For example, girls' biggest focus in NGO discourses coming from development, the Western INGOs are the international systems. They're really obsessed with focusing on the girl as if she's isolated, but the girl as an icon of gender equity is actually very objectified and very caricaturistic. And certainly we haven't touched, for instance, older women as an aspect, or boys. So that is from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Violeta Schubert. That's a very inspiring thought, yeah. So I can draw some points from your presentation is about conceptualizing gender and gender equity, which is gender often institutionalizes equity in limited ways tied to Western constructs and binary thinking, and profiling models such as complementary, normative, compensatory fail to fully address interconnected and context-specific gender dynamics, and also persistent dichotomies of sex, biological and gender social norms are outdated but still influence societal structures. And from cultural and structural challenges, cultural frameworks like kinship systems have reshaped women's roles and expectations, including marriage and childbearing. Is that right, Dr. Violeta? And also cultural resistance and normative backlashes, such as South Korea's highlight shift in societal perceptions of women's roles. And for women leadership is women face scrutiny in leadership, which societal biases linking gender roles to leadership competencies. And women leaders often exhibit communal attributes contrasting with agentive traits typically associated with male leaders, leading to role incongruities. And also women have excelled in initiatives emphasizing equity and justice, such as leading smart cities or community-based programs. Once again, thank you, Dr. Violeta Schubert. That's all I can draw some points, some highlights from your presentation. And now we move to the third keynote speaker, which is Dr. Gabriela Mansilla Gripa from Universidad Nacional Mayor de San Marcos, Peru. Let me read the curriculum vitae first. Dr. Ana Gabriela Mansilla is a lawyer specialized in international business, cooperation, and investments in Asia. Current position is head of the General Office of Cooperation and Interinstitutional Relations at National San Marcos University. She has also some research. I will read the last research because she has many research actually. This is a Project China Index 2001, Index of Chinese Influence in the World, role researcher for the Peru case, organized by Center for Taiwanese Research Developing Lab and managed by the NGO Andres Bello Foundation in November 2021. And for the publication, also she has many publications. I will read the last two from 2022. Which is Contemporary Issues in Business and Management, Proceeding of International Conference, Contemporary Issues in Business and Management article, Industrial Policy in Vietnam and Commercial Interaction with Peru Vietnam National University Press, Hanoi, Vietnam, year of publication 2022, and magazine Bulletin CEAS number 6, June 2022, article Chinese New Year Dinner with Deep Significance. And she has also several rewards. In 2022, Women in Business, 2022, British Chamber in Taipei, and Study Group of Chinese Politics Researcher. Her educational background is academic. For the academic degrees is Masters in International Business Administration in 2010, National Chengchi University, College of Foreign Republic of China, and Bachelor's in Law 2001 from National San Marcos University, College of Law, Peru, lawyer license in 2002. And also PhD in Global Economics in 2024, National San Marcos University, Faculty of Economics, Peru. Dissertation thesis stage. She also majored in several languages, which is English, Mandarin Chinese, German, Japanese, and Spanish. And she has several teaching experiences in National San Marcos University, San Martin de Porres University, San Ignacio de Loyola University, and Lima University. Professional experiences is National San Marcos University, Lima, Peru, 2024, as the head of General Office of Cooperation and Interinstitutional Relations. And then Connect Latin Asia Lima, Peru from 2014 until 2019 as legal and business consultant. That's all for Dr. Ana Gabriela Mansilla Gripas curriculum vitae. Now let's welcome Dr. Ana Gabriela Mansilla Gripa to present. Please, Dr. Ana.
Yes, I hope you can listen to me.
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you, dear Yurila, and that. Thank you for this invitation. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here in this special meeting. So today, I think that the topic is very interesting also for us. Actually, now I'm working not only as a teacher, but also in the administrative and managing. I have a managing job in the university, and actually, the president of my university is for the first time is a woman. So I have experienced a lot of issues as a woman that is on charge of an office in my university, but also because I work together with the president of the university, who is a woman. I also want to share some issues that we face daily because of different frameworks that arise of the society, in our society. I belong to National San Marcos University, who is located in Lima, in Republic of Peru, in South America. Well, actually, in Peru, as you will see that there is research about the gap between human and males and females in Latin America in 2023. But as an introduction, so we know that we live in a society that we have humans, and also I see my students, usually the female students who go to my classes, they used to be in a hurry because they came late, and I asked them, why you came late? Why are you here late? They used to tell me, because I need to cook at home, because I need to take care of my grandparents, because I need to take care of my little sister or brother. So I can tell you that the punctuality is more for boys than for girls, because my students who are female students, they used to have some other domestic job at home, so they cannot be focused to be at with the studies at the university, and also they cannot have too much commitment and classes. So as I can see that in the daily life in the university, there is some internationalization, there is some roles that in our families guide humans and also females and also boys. Usually boys or students, male students at the university, they don't have this kind of domestic roles at home. Social development is a fundamental issue in a global world. But in this globalization, we think that economic growth is enough, but it is not enough, because there need for social policies to reduce gaps, and one of these are related to gender. And this is important to support sustainable development in a society. I want to talk here about a research that a group of the university did about just in order to obtain an index of the Gender Social Development Index for Latin American countries.
Excuse me, Dr. Anna, is it
Yes.
possible for you to make the presentation in full? So
Oh, yes, sure. I
in
hope
the
you
slide,
can see
yeah,
that.
slide. Okay, thank you.
This Gender Social Development Index is a tool that was created by a researcher and Católica University that allow to identify from a broad perspective the reality of the gender gap in regions, states, departments, and provinces in the main countries of Latin America. This index provides an analysis of the current situation regarding access to resources for women and men in the dimensions of education, health, autonomy, and opportunities. This tool also allows to evaluate big issues that requires an enforcement of social policies. Well, we can talk a little more about this index. This index goal is to measure the situation of girls to females and males according with their own development in 4 dimensions: in education, health, autonomy, and opportunity. The characteristic of this index is that only consider the results and not the process. Also, this index includes a vision in order to understand the difference between humans and males in 191 regions. And the data that support this index, it was data that was exposed in public sources and official sources in different Latin American regions. This index model have 4 dimensions: education, health, autonomy, and opportunities. Each dimension includes 3 components, and in total exists 12 components. Each components have different variables, and in total there are 28 variables for humans and 28 variables for men. For example, in the dimension education, we have 3 variables: primary, secondary, and the educational outcome. For the dimension health, we have access, mortality, and basic care. For autonomy, we have economic autonomy, physical autonomy, and decision-making autonomy. And for opportunities, we have access to higher education, employment, and time management. According with the findings using this index, so the research arises that there is a gender gap favoring men over women in all countries of Latin America. Only 1 region out of total of 191 evaluate subnational political divisions, like this is in Mexico, Michoacán de Campo. And only this achieve a gap favoring humans with only 0.8%. Meanwhile, the average gap in Latin America is 7% in favor of men, and it even exceeds 10% in Peru. On the other hand, the average advantage in the social development index between men and women increased when considering the difference within the region or states that make up these countries. The average advantage is 14.3% for men over women in Latin America, with these figures surpassing 20% in Andean countries like Ecuador and Peru. Actually, also the results show that in the dimension of health and education, there are smaller gaps and advantage for men over women. In fact, there is a high percentage of regions where the gap favors women. In health, the gap favors women in 148 out of 191 regions, while in education, the gap favors women in 107 regions. The results are completely opposite in the dimension of autonomy and opportunities. In the autonomy dimension, the gap is entirely favorable to men in all regions, while in the opportunity dimension, the gap favors men in 161 regions. The highest index for humans are recorded in Argentina, with 59.8 points, followed by Brazil with 58.8 points and Colombia with 55.7 points, while the lowest results are recorded by Bolivia and Peru, where I come from, with 42.3 points and 42 40.2 points respectively. The highest index or social development index for men are also recorded by Argentina with 74.7 points, followed by Brazil with 74.5 points and Colombia with 61.7 points each, while the lowest results are recorded by Bolivia and Mexico with 51 and 50.9 points respectively. As a conclusion, with this index and these finding, it can be inferred that policies need to be balanced to reduce gender difference. In health and education in Latin America, policies having allowed women to have an advantage over men. However, balance must be maintained so as not to create greater inequalities or even a deterioration on men's index. On the other hand, policies must be more aggressive to reduce the large gender gaps in autonomy and opportunities. Without adapt, the differences are very concerning, especially in economic autonomy, due to income disparities, unpaid labor. As I told before, there are many domestic labor that used to do not only my female students, but humans in general in Latin America. So unpaid labor and economic dependence. Decision-making and variables such as employment, adequate employment and underemployment, and time management, paid work time, and employer gender. Inequality in education institutions. So according with these books, the development of this unequal relation is reinforced in educational institutions at all levels through content, methodological strategies, and the selection of teaching resources. Interpersonal relationship, the distribution of space, and the division of tasks, and also language. We can see in Peru and in many Latin American countries how machismo is also in not only in the street, but also inside our classrooms. So we need to reform this educational space to contain and promote this equality, to promote spaces, more democratic spaces that support and give the enough security to female students to feel safe, just in order to contribute with ideas. Also considering the index that I talked before, we can see here in this figure, we can see here the relation in women in Argentina, Colombia, and Chile achieved the highest education index in Latin America, while women in Mexico and Ecuador have the lowest indexes in the region. On the other hand, men in Argentina, Colombia, and Chile achieved the highest education index in the region, while men in Mexico and Ecuador have the lowest index. Yeah, it's something that I think I can take this time and approach this opportunity to talk about is that in my university this year accomplished the 473 years old. So my university is the oldest in Peru and actually is the oldest in Latin America. And during all these years, the president or the rector of this university were men. Since 4 years ago, we have our first rector who is a female. Our first rector name is Doctora Jerry Ramon de Ruffner. He is the first rector in the university, and I want to talk that in this platform because she's really trying to change many things in the university, and because I'm also part of his group, his leading group, there is a lot of resistance that we found every day. In case of Dr. Jerry, we can see how the university is changing because of her participation in the decision-making responsibility across different areas. Dr. Ramon has changed the university leadership team, which is now primarily led by women. I am part of I am now on charge of the cooperation and interinstitutional office. In the past, there used to be male professors. This is the first time I'm a woman. The male professor used to be really old. In my case, as I am in this role, I face a different resistance, not only for all the other deans, for the faculties. We have 20 faculties, and the deans used to be male deans, but also for my own people in charge, that they usually resist my suggestions. So it's really hard to have this leadership right now in the 173 years old university, the oldest in Latin America. And Professor Ramon has changed in the university leadership, but she's really under extreme scrutiny. She every day, I can show you after that. We have a recent visit for a group from China. And she received we have different locations because we have also World Heritage places in the university. And for example, when we post this kind of pictures, just in order to promote that our universities is visited by authorities for other countries, usually we receive this kind of comment. She thinks she is a queen. Why you are using bad your time? You just need to work. So I can ask why we receive these kind of comments daily. And I suppose if Mr. Ramon or Professor Ramon, who is now the dean, who is now the director, if she were a man, maybe the comments were different. Actually, we also think that science and research are two sectors in which female professionals across all fields of knowledge still have cause for complaint. Barriers unrelated to experience, training, or skill persist. Yeah, according to UNESCO 2022, they say, however, female scientists have made strides in furthering their scientific and technological academic production, improving their presence and visibility, and securing fair treatment for all, which was allow them to develop a clear vision of sustainable development. Well, maybe this is the right platform just to talk about that. I am also a professor at the university, and I have students for undergraduate and post and graduate. And I can tell you that when I read the test, the middle term examination or final examination, sometimes when I see the response, I receive this kind of answer: sorry, but I don't know this answer. But I receive another answer like, but what I can tell at this platform is that only when I don't need to read the name of the student, but according what I read in the test, I can identify by myself if it is written by a woman or by a man. Because in my country, usually women are when they are not so secure about something, they just don't say nothing. That it is different with males. I am trying to on classes to change a little about my presentation, to use more females representative and successful females examples. Of course, I have also male students and female students, but I think this kind of initiative can help to empower humans. Something that I recognize for Dr. Jerry Ramon, who is nowadays the rector of my university, is her values: empathy, dialogue, teamwork, and closeness. There are always barriers to overcome leading the university, including the machismo that prevails in many relationals and workplaces. We just faced last week, we just finished with the APEC. APEC, this is the forum for APEC, the Asia Pacific Economic Forum, that it was hosted in my country, Peru. Actually, my university, San Marcos University, we promote a financing program for young women to start their business project. And we also promote some conference about women and gender. Well, we are still in the process for these issues. So we are reading and we are also learning what other universities do, as for example, University of Granada in Spain, who they developed the violet point, that give us some insights in order to promote other measures to empower female students on campus. Well, this is my biography, and thank you very much for this opportunity to share.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anna, for such a valuable insights. Yeah. Now I will make some highlights from your presentation, which is for gender inequality and social development. These traditional gender roles are instilled from a young age, influencing behaviors and perceptions of masculinity and femininity. Social development policies are vital to bridge gender gaps and improve societal well-being. The second one is for gender social development index, which is a tool designed to assess gender gaps in dimensions such as education, health, autonomy, and opportunities across Latin American regions. The key findings include education and health. Some regions show an advantage for women, particularly in health, from 148 out of 191 regions, and education, 107 regions. Autonomy and opportunities men dominate across all regions with significant disparities in economic autonomy and decision-making moves. The largest gender gaps are seen in Andean countries like Ecuador and Peru, where men's advantage exceeds 20%. For education and gender inequality, gender bias persists in educational institutions from curriculum design to teacher interactions. Argentina, Colombia, and Chile lead in gender equitable education, while Mexico and Ecuador lack of that. Education spaces when reform can drive social transformation toward equality. And for leadership and gender at UNMSM, National San Marcos University, which has achieved a gender equitable leadership model under the first female rector, prioritizing values such as empathy, dialogue, and teamwork. And the last one is persistent challenges include overcoming entrenched machismo and androcentrism. Okay, once again, thank you, Dr. Anna. Now, we move to the fourth keynote speakers, which is Dr. Sri Juniworo Astuti M.Om. She is the Vice Rector and also the Head of Gender and Social Inclusion, Wijaya Putra University. And at this occasion, Dr. Sri Juniworo Astuti will present about empowering women in Indonesian tourism villages, a path to sustainable development. Here is her brief curriculum vitae. Dr. Sri Juniworo Astuti M.Com was born in Yogyakarta on June 9, 1966. She completed her undergraduate degree in public administration at Airlangga University in 1989. She earned her master's degree in human resource management from the University of Wollongong, Australia in 1996 and obtained her doctorate in public administration from the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Gadjah Mada University in 2009. From 2015 until 2024, she served as the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences at Wijaya Putra University. Currently, she holds the position of Vice Rector for Academic Affairs and Collaboration at the same university. She is actively involved in gender studies and is the founder of chair of the Center of Gender Studies and Social Inclusion, GESI, at Wijaya Putra University, a role she has held since 2020. In addition to participating in various academic forums domestically and internationally, Dr. Juniworo Astuti is also active in managing professional organizations. She has been a member of the Indonesian Association for Public Administration, IAPA, since 2011 and currently serves as Vice Chairperson for Professional Development, a position she has held since 2019. Committed to enhancing competence in public administration, she was appointed Director of the Indonesian Public Administration Professional Certification Institute, or LSP-API, in 2023. As a researcher, Dr. Sri Juniworo Astuti specializes in public organization and management, public sector innovation, and public policy. Her publications include The Bureaucratic Discretion Dilemma in the Context of Public Accountability Systems in 2010, Public Sector Management, Effectiveness, Productivity, and Quality in 2011, and Capacity Building Model, Strengthening Village Capacity Based on Local Wisdom in 2023. She has also contributed to several other books and publications. That's all for the brief curriculum vitae from Dr. Juniworo Astuti. Now, please welcome Dr. Juniworo Astuti.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yurela. Sorry,
You're
is my
welcome.
voice is clear?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Now it's almost afternoon, so good afternoon for ladies and gentlemen that in Indonesia and Thailand, I think the same time. And good afternoon for Dr. Violete and good night to Dr. Anna, because almost 12 hours between Indonesia and Peru. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished speaker and all conference participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace wishes to all of us. I feel proud to be here with the respected expert speaker, people in this forum, Professor Kepi, my senior, and Dr. Violeta Schubert, and also Dr. Anna Gabriela. I'm very being honored to be here. In this occasion, I will share about the story of nation, especially village women, with their activity in developing tourist village and small based on sociopreneurship. And so let I share my PPT. Okay. Sorry, this is not my PPT. Sorry, the committee. Can the stop the PPT of Mr. Langpute? Excuse me. I will share my own PPT. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Why I raise this topic? Because as an Indonesian, of course, I'm very proud because Indonesia have a rich cultural diversity and natural resources and offer great potential to develop tourist villages as part of community-based economic strategy. As we know that the rural or village as we know that the rural or village area in Indonesia is much larger than the urban area. Almost 80 to 85%, the territory consists of rural area and 20% consists of city area. However, although this area much larger, but urban area are more densely populated and acts as economic center. As is generally the case that people are almost interested in looking for job in the city rather than having to live in their villages. There are also more people living in area compared to village area. From the total population in Indonesia, around 278 million people, there are 40% live in villages. which is around 119 million people, while the population living in city is around 57%, of total population, which around 150 to 159 million people. With many women live in rural areas, so they show that there is a great potential of rural resources. That's why the Indonesian government is concerned about in developing village potential. One of which is through the village fund allocation policy, or that we call IDD. Village fund allocation policy in Indonesia is one of the strategic policies to improve village development, including supporting village women community empowerment. ADD has great potential to improve women capacity, roles, and welfare. Various program design in an inclusive and participatory manner. However, yes, in order to be more optimizing the benefit of village fund allocation, ADD policy to be a commitment from all parties to consistently doing multiple programs, such as gender mainstreaming, program in planning and implementation, and increasing the capacity of village women through training and education, and also transparent and accountable supervision to ensure that the program according to its objective. Actually, as we know that women's empowerment is central to achieving SDGs, especially number 5, gender equity, and has far-reaching impacts on other SDGs program. It contributes also significantly to poverty reduction, improving the quality of education, and then economic growth, and also environmental sustainable goals. One of the success story of the village women's capacity building program is in building and developing tourist villages. This success is supported by the spirit of sociopreneurship, which has emerged as a powerful tool for empowering women in tourist villages. Women are transformed from workers to innovators, creating creative solutions to local challenges as low family income in that village. I have several success stories of sociopreneurs in developing tourism villages. Let's say in Sleman, Yogyakarta, village women have successful in managing homestay business, providing traditional food and other cultural activities for tourism. They also use digital media to promote tourism village in Sleman, Yogyakarta. Other success story of women sociopreneur, as say in the picture, that they have been developed, one of which is in Serangan village, Denpasar, where the role of women lead a turtle conservation. The women lead a turtle conservation program, including education for tourists and local children. They also maintain business based on local crafts such as traditional weaving and fabrics. There also in Pujon Kidul, the village in Malang, East Java, where the advantage of this village are famous for agricultural-based culinary tourism, such as fresh milk product, corn rice, and other fresh product. The important role of women in this village is managing cafe and restaurants with a rural concept that can attract tourists. And there are many more tourist villages been successfully developed by female sociopreneur in Indonesia. Success in empowering women in the development of tourism industry certainly has a significant impact on achieving Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, including reducing poverty, improving the quality of education, increasing village economic growth, and improving environmental sustainability. The success of empowering women through sociopreneurship also encourages the achievement of the Indonesian vision in the next 2045. The vision of Golden Indonesia 2045 is a strategic idea to make Indonesia a developed and highly competitive country. 2045, Indonesia will celebrate our 100 years Independence Day. So we have to achieve the vision of Gold Indonesia in that year. The role of women through sociopreneurial activity is very large, especially in increasing nation productivity because their number are quite potential, and also in encouraging innovation and creativity. It has been proven that women have ideas in product in tourist villages. Women are also able to become leader in government at various levels, including as village heads that in previously time it was very identical with male position. In fact, we have many public figure as a women figure, like Tin Pati is the first female village head in Sari village, Probolinggo district, since 2012. And also we have Salawati Daud was the first Indonesian woman to occupy the position of mayor in Makassar, Sulawesi in 1949. And also Ayu Maria Ulfa, since 1949 until 1947. She served as secretary to the Prime Minister or Council of Minister in Jakarta. So we have many more women public figure that have the position in the government as leader. In addition, women empowerment has also succeeded in the potential for horizontal conflict by creating productive and collaborative socio-economic activities. But apart from the strength and opportunity and the success story of the women empowerment in Indonesia, I think there are also some threat or risk, as we know that in Indonesia have so many villages. From the total villages in Indonesia, 81,116 villages, for the total number of villages in Indonesia. There are still have the village that still life behind, the condition of village still life behind, about 6,746. So we have to pay more attention how to promote the women empowerment program, and so gender equality in entire the Indonesian area. As we know that Indonesia have many varying conditions. Among other, the first challenges is the low participation of women labor, the formal workforce compared to men, just like condition in Peru, as Dr. Anna explained before. And also the second is the continued existence of discrimination and violence against women, just like Prof. Gaby has explained before. And the third challenge are there are still limited access to health services and education for women in some area in Indonesia. So for that, we are several important points and next steps that must be done. The first is to out a program empowerment and capacity building for women consistently. This is very important to achieve the SDGs and the golden vision of Indonesia 2045. And the second step is there is need to encourage and maintain women's social entrepreneurship for sustainable economic and social development. This can be done by developing network such as between private stakeholders and university to carry out program to increase women capacity building. To address the challenges, the comprehensive strategy is needed that involve education, healthcare, and anti-violence initiative. And the fourth, the government have to provide continuous support for women initiatives and innovative program for long-term success, especially by implementing gender mainstreaming policies. And I think the condition of Indonesia and Peru are almost the same condition, but I think there are also a very specific and the differences among Indonesia and Peru. So among this all thing, this is easy too easy, but I'm sure that very difficult to implement, especially if there are constraints of limited funding from the government. Many program it seems are short-term and incremental in nature and are only oriented toward momentary projects. So less attention is paid to the sustainability aspect. So one important word I think to maintain and preserve empowerment and equality in Indonesia and other country, I think is the same. That is commitment. The one word is very important is commitment. Commitment from government, commitment from business or private parties as government partner, and also of course commitment from the community itself. So I think that's all that I can say. And thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Sri Junior Astuti, for your informative and engaging presentation. Nice picture, actually. Okay, from this presentation, I will draw some points. The first one is women's roles in tourism villages, integral to homestay management, culinary tourism, handicraft, and ecotourism, and leaders in sustainable tourism practices driving economic growth and cultural preservation. The next is for the impact on Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, which is a poverty reduction through increased household income, promotion of education as empowered women prioritize children's learning, inclusive economic growth with job creation and community competitiveness. The last one is environmental sustainability via leadership in resource management. The third one is the challenges, which is gender disparities in labor force participation, education and healthcare, social issues like gender-based violence and discrimination. The last one is the opportunity, which is government initiatives such as village funds, supporting women's empowerment and socialpreneurship as a key to innovation and community stability. Once again, thank you, Dr. Sri Junior Astuti. And now we move to the last keynote speaker. For all the participants, please prepare your questions. You may raise your hand in the Zoom platform, or you may open mic to ask your question in person. Okay, the last keynote speaker is Dr. Sukri Langpute, who will present about Gender Equality Accelerate SDGs, a pathway to sustainable development. First of all, let me read the CV of Dr. Sukri Langpute. Dr. Sukri Langpute is an accomplished academic and scholar in the field of international relations. His academic journey is impressive, having earned his first degree in Islamic field knowledge and heritage with second-class upper honors, along with a double degree in political science with first-class honors from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. He furthered his education by obtaining a PhD in International Relations from Jinan University, Guangzhou, Guangdong, PRC, China. In addition to his academic roles, Dr. Sukri is actively involved in various organizations and initiatives. He holds the prestigious position as president of Thai Muslim Intellectual Forum, or TMIF, and serves as the vice chairman of the Foundation of Southern Thailand Islamic Higher Education. Furthermore, he is the chairman of Andaman Institute of Maritime Technology in Thailand. Dr. Langpute's contributions to academia and his leadership in various institutions have earned him recognition, including being named one of the most 500 influential Muslims in the world in 2009 by the Prince Walid bin Talib Center for Muslim Christian Understanding, Georgetown University, USA. His dedication to international relationships and intellectual endeavors is highly commendable. Now, please welcome Dr. Sukri Langpute.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
You're welcome.
Thailand, สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีทุกท่าน Let me greet in Thai language, and then I would like to, with my pleasure, please share my slides. So please do share my slide, and I will begin my presentation. As given to me, the topic of gender equality accelerate SDGs. I try to understand from the. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I try to look these issues as a pathway to sustainable development. I was working in public university, and then I moved to private university, but currently I move more to another area of expertise on maritime technology. And I found that to begin with, to start with, at the very outset, to say that my experiences in working with public university when I was young, and then when I came to private universities, becoming deputy directors, and now I moved back to my hometown and established a maritime technology institute. I found that the role of female personnel development is very, very important. And I do believe that when we're talking about gender equality in societies, especially in my societies, in my country, I do believe that women need to be empowered more and more. So in this case, I'd like to go on. Please, move my slides. Yes, the first one, please. Yeah, as Muslim, or even our friends who are non-Muslims, who are Christian, who are Buddhists, who are following the program, good intention is very good for everyone. I myself, I try to always say Bismillah, by the name of God, the most merciful, the most mercy. I'd like to start my work. So this is my ibadah. This is my good commitment to not only to myself, but also to my surroundings and the world. Yes, next one. Yeah, let me say something about this. When we're talking about international conference and we're talking about empowering gender equality, I would like to say that international communities, especially this conference, should be well addressed to all communities. Here you can see the Arabic language. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And then in Thai language, ขอบคุณ ขอความสันติอยู่มีแด่ทุกท่านแล้วก็ขอบคุณทางคณะกรรมการจัดงานทุกท่านที่ให้ความสำคัญกับงานนี้แล้วก็เชิญผมเข้ามาร่วม so it is already international by letting me to speak in Thai and peace be upon you in English and then the last one is kesejahteraan ke atas anda. This is Malay language. No, when you are coming to Thailand, we always use 4 languages here in my country. In my campus, we use 4 languages. I use English, Arabic, Malay, and also Thai. Okay, next please. Talking about gender equality in accelerating the SDGs, I would like to say here that gender equality is in fact a fundamental human right and a key driver for sustainable development. It is essential to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring progress across economic, social, and environmental dimensions. You can see the roles of men and women in a different perspective in all across the fields, economic field, social field, and environmental dimensions. So we cannot be separated between men and women, and it should be equality. Okay, next one. By the way, before going further to my discussion, would like to show you some scenario of gender equality in our societies by showing you photos. You see these photos. Sometimes we are speaking beauty, we are talking nice to each other, but at the end of the day, sometimes we cannot promise, we cannot keep our promise, we cannot do this and that. Just like in ceremonial platform, we are so nice, but at the end of the day, we cannot commit to what we have agreed upon. Next one. So this is also another scenario of gender equality or all kind of equilibrium issues in our society. Sometimes we have this problem as well. Next one. Yeah. So can you imagine that if we have this kind of situation, how can we lead the world? How the world can be sustainable, and how the world can be leading to the same pathway? It reduce our speed and also sometimes bring us nowhere. Next one. Yeah. So this is what I'd like to say about SDGs. SDGs is not the issue, the matter of one country or one society, but it is about the globe. It is something you can see our panelists, our speakers from different parts of the world. We have from the European community, we have from Asia, we have from some other part of the world. So we are talking about SDGs. We cannot think only in Indonesia, in Thailand, in Malaysia, but it is the issues of the globe that we have to connect each other. Otherwise, it will be just like this railroad. You cannot bring the same functions, the same missions to the same destination. Yes, next one. Yeah. So why gender equality matters?
For Bapak Ahmad Jainul Ihsan Arif.
Thank you for opportunity for asking. I'm sorry before if my pronunciation is bad. I want to ask to Dr. Violeta. I'm interested about the reconceptualization gender relation. The reconceptualization may be made from a post-colonial perspective. She distinguishes between gender relation and woman's relation. Gender relation is without excluding men. Man and woman is complemented each other. Gender relation perspective that greatly avoid the perspective of positivism. From this perspective, my question is, gender mainstreaming sufficiently represented by regulation on the gender relation equality. Bahasa Indonesianya adalah apakah pengaruh kesamaan gender itu hanya cukup dengan dipresentasikan dengan regulasi? Itu pertanyaan yang kedua, which countries have institute di negara mana yang telah melembagakan relasi gender yang setara ya, institutionalized equal gender relation. Who are the female leaders who have implemented feminist leadership? I hope understand. Thank you.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Dr. Violeta, you want to answer now or you want to keep this question for later?
I'm more than happy to whichever suits the team.
Okay.
I can answer
Please.
here or what? Yeah.
Okay, you may answer now.
Thank you for the question, Ahmed. Really interesting questions, and I think you've hit the nail on the head. The aspect is that the reason we need to reconceptualize, and you are right, the post-colonial discourses are coming into this as well. The problem is that the limits of our thinking shape the limits of our practice. So if from time to time, we need to be reflexive. If the way that we are thinking about gender needs adjusting, we need to adjust it, rather than working with a term that maybe started in the 70s for a purpose in the 70s, and then keep transporting it all the way across the decades. Yeah. So, and along with that, and the gender mainstreaming, institutionalizing gender, there's so much trope, congratulatory approach. You know, all institutions have gender equity policies. Government may have laws and regulations. Yeah. But that institutionalizing is done in a particular frame, and that frame comes from the same kind of thinking about gender, which means that there are certain things that will never be addressed for me. For instance, if your perception is that women value their role as mothers and nurturers the most, and that women are hardworking and they can do economic participation and family participation. And if you have programs that advance them entering the economic sphere or political sphere, are you actually changing the plight of women in any way? There's so much of
regulations regarding women's representation in elections, regional and legislative elections in Indonesia are governed by several legal frameworks. Here's an explanation.
Sorry, someone. There was an interfere noise. So
yes, sorry, Dr. Violeta.
No, that's all right. So my point is the way we structure policies, the way we structure laws, the way that we engage with gender equity when we are not quite delving into how that might need to change. We haven't actually looked at it. In terms of political leadership of women, there's a massive difference between the leadership of women for gender equity and the leadership of women just because they are human beings and they've got motivations and aspirations, but many political women leaders are not connecting themselves to women issues. They may serve as a great example, but not necessarily advance gender equity. We can't assume that women leaders are less prejudiced against women than men. But ultimately, my concern is that we do not actually study women. We don't study relations between women. We don't study femininity. We have taken it as a given. We've come to study masculinity, but not women. I hope that answers it.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you,
okay, thank
Dr.
you.
Violeta. Pak Ahmad, are you satisfied with the answer?
Satu lagi.
Play, study, and do other things. Then the end result is that they fall in marriage, and some even experience domestic violence. What is Dr. Violeta opinion regarding this problem? Can women who fail to marry and are still minors continue their life properly so that there is minimal trauma? And what can they do in their next life? Enough. Thank you.
I'm actually working on a project in East Java relating to child stunting, and we've come across the team. We have come across the issue of early marriage. One of the things that I'll say about the early marriage issue is, first, government aspect. If the government policy is someone cannot marry before they're 18 or before they're 16 and can give informed consent, and people who then marry before then, what do? Parents aren't going to be punished. The people aren't going to be punished. And then we use the culture argument. What we say is, it is our culture, it is our religion, as if that is, so maybe we need to rethink what our negativity about early marriage is. Is the negativity around early marriage because we automatically assume the woman has no choice, or because she has a choice? And of course, we're talking about cases where we assume a child cannot make an informed decision. But so how we define child comes first. The idea of girls decision making and at what age they make decisions is another, and the issue of policy. And one example that I give, that trying to navigate so not offend religious belief, not offend culture, one aspect is maybe work with the families more closely, but that is not going to get you far if people have poverty, if people are far away from government services. Early marriages most typically happen in places where the reach of the state is minimal, is very low. Yeah, that's the essence, I think. And because, access to education, access to work, access to health tend to be the most problematic. And it's those sites where there's highest rate of early marriage. So again, the structural aspects. I hope that responds.
Okay. Thank you for your opinion, Dr. Violeta.
Thank you, Ms. Nuraini. The next one is from Ibu Dwiana Anela.
Thank you, Miss Yurila. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miss Yurila, for giving the opportunity. I'll ask Prof. Kepi. Prof. Kepi, your presentation is amazing as always, and I'm happy to see you again here in Wijaya Putra University. I'm sorry, I'm Nela from Agriculture Department from Wijaya Putra University. Prof. Kepi, I'm so happy to see you again here, and I'm so happy to see you healthy and still beautiful as always. Okay, Prof. Kepi, allow me to ask, as we all know that the President of Indonesia, Mr. Prabowo, has issued Asta Cipta, the fourth of which is to strengthen gender equality. We would like to hear Prof. Kepi's opinion. Prof. Kepi has a socio-economic background in agriculture. So what is Prof. Kepi's opinion from an academic perspective to support this program, especially for female farmers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May I answer this, the moderator? Hi, Anela. I'm glad to meet you again by a Zoom meeting. Yeah, how are you, Anela?
I'm fine, Prof. Kepi. I miss you so much.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, we are reunion. Okay. The policy of, I think the vision and mission of Prabowo, our new president, is Hasta Cipta, and we know one of this Hasta, one of this point is gender equality. I think this is relevant with the policy before Prabowo, and we are focused on gender equality in Indonesia. We have Ministry of Women Empowerment, and we have institution until province and district, yeah, about the women empowerment. And then this is, I think, the institution how to achieve the goals of gender equality, one of goals of gender equality. And in agriculture, Prabowo with the policy, I think one in agriculture is how to make paddy field land area in Kalimantan, for example, and to strengthen the agriculture, yeah, in yard and paddy field and swasembada pangan, yeah, independent of food. This is a important policy of Prabowo, and I think the participation of women, we need the participation of women, as we know that in traditionally agriculture, our women in Indonesia is have the high participation, but I think their role is not subordinate, yeah, still subordinate. For example, in how to give the value of women work in family or including in agriculture. And this is, I think, this policy is need how to implement it until grassroots, until household family. And I think one point is the participation of women, not only as a laborer, but as the decision maker in the agriculture or rural development support. Yeah, I think this is my comment. Anela, thank you, Ibu moderator.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Prof. Bu Anela.
Thank you, Prof. Kepi. Amazing as always. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Miss Yurila.
Yes, thank you. Now for the fourth participant, for the fourth question is for Ibu Yusi.
Good day, I'm Yusi. I'm from University Wijaya Putra, psychology program. I am interested in scaling impact and conflict resolution, masculinity, feminist. In patriarchy issues, women
I'm
always...
sorry, Ibu Yusi, for which keynote speakers your question is?
Pardon?
Untuk siapa pertanyaannya?
Anyone can answer. Thank you.
Okay. So for all
Okay.
keynote speakers, yeah? Okay.
Yes. Okay. In patriarchy issues, women always left behind. I mean, not always, mostly. in different regions has different approach conflict in diverse ways. Some make confrontation while others emphasize diplomacy or avoidance. The question is, how can we ensure that gender equality policies are effectively implemented across all sectors, particularly in education, because we educated human about equality, right? Especially remote or rural area. And how can we measure the success of gender equality implementation at the local or rural area, ensuring that address unique cultural differences, limitation, and norms? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the keynote speakers, you may answer this question. Please feel free from Prof. Kepi or Dr. Violeta, Dr. Anna,
Yes,
Ibu
hello.
Yunimoro.
I hope you can.
Bapak Sukri, please.
Yeah,
Okay,
I hope.
Dr. Anna.
Yes, I hope you can listen to me. Yeah, I read some questions in the panel in the chat, and the question is related with the barriers. And well, there is also in some research that I did in the past, some barriers in the Latin America and also in Peru, in the province, in the inner part of Peru, there are for sure cultural norms that are more intensive about gender stereotypes. They are deeply rooted societal beliefs that there is about inequality roles for men and women. And these kind of social rules limit women's opportunities in education and then limit women's opportunities in employment and leadership. There are also legal and policy gaps. In Peru, we have the Ministry for Women and Vulnerable Population. Still, we have some legal framework to protect women's rights. But you can see in the news and you can see in our statistic in Peru, there is a very high rate of homicide inside the family. So there is a lot of homicide with women. So even though we have a law against violence, but there is still violence, and we have a very high rate of human assassination every day in Peru. And this kind of assassination is inside the families. It's between husband and wife. And during COVID, this issue, this rate, of course, was higher. Even though we have a legal framework to protect human rights. The other barrier is economic inequality, because women used to have unpaid or low-paying jobs, so they face limited access to financial resources, and most of the case, because of that, in Peru, in Peruvian families, women support violence for the husband because they don't have economic independence. Other barriers is education disparities. Actually, most of the cases not in Lima, Lima is the capital of Peru, is the urban area, but in the province, in the mountains, or maybe in the Amazon, that is in the inner part of Peru, there is a big gap with education disparities against girls. So the girls face barriers to education. Yeah, because of poverty, most of the family prefer that the boy go to school, and they can only support one in the family, and there is education disparities. There is, as I told you, high rates of violence, domestic violence. Actually, maybe 20 years ago, we didn't have kind of government that represented us in a political position, but now we are improving. We are facing changing in the country. But this kind of barriers we see that every day. So what to do with that? Well, should be some strategies for overcoming these barriers, like transforming social norms, conduct awareness campaigns. For example, during this APEC 2024, my country was the host country. In the university, we used to invite other professors from other part of the world just to conduct some seminars, some conference about this kind of gender issues. So just in order to conduct educational programs to challenge stereotypes and promote gender equality. As I told you in classes, I also try to have different kind of I try to promote female figures.
Yeah.
And also we need to strengthen our legal frameworks, implement more fiercely legal penalties. Yes, in order to diminish the rate of homicides against women. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anna. Ibu Yusi?
If it's okay, if I could just quickly note, the
Yes,
stuff on
please.
contexts of conflict and violence against women within conflict contexts is one thing. We're not very good at it. We can report the numbers, but we don't quite know what is actually happening. We're not very good at understanding the connection between violence and inequity. The violence aspect is we're not studying it closely. So in my space of doing the medicinal psychedelics and the ayahuasca projects and so forth, it was very clear that mental health issues are rising, and they're rising globally. And so, and PTSD associated with experiences of violence seem to be so prolific. So if we're not good at understanding the triggers for violence, it's impossible to address the triggers for inequality. That's, sorry, Anna, your expertise there is more appropriate, but from the development and the peace building and conflict perspective, that is really crucial, I think.
May I
Yes.
add some answer to Mbak
Yes,
Lucy?
please, Bu Yuni.
I think
Yeah.
how to make women more equal is we have to, especially government, have to provide equal opportunity between men and women, because usually women have to work at home or domestic jobs, and they have to know economic value. We just that women who work at home has no economic value, but actually they have big roles in the society. So in my opinion, we have to strengthen the women empowerment program, have to strengthen in terms of how to make women more powerful in economic as well as in social relationship. I think it's one aspect that I want to stress. Thank you.
May I add?
Yes, please, Prof.
Yeah,
Kepi.
a little bit about my opinion about the how to measure the gender equality as the conflict resolution. Yeah, I said that the zero violence in the domestic violence in the household, zero violence against children, and the violence it's mean of physically, psychologically, economic, sexual, and digital violence. Thank you.
Yeah, totally agree.
Okay, thank you. So we will move to the next question from Ibu Mareta Ardiani. Ibu Mareta? Still muted? Still muted?
Yeah, the microphone is clear enough.
Louder, please.
Okay. Can you hear my voice? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
So,
fine now.
thank you to opportunity that given for me. So I would like to ask questions to Dr. Violeta, but first let me introduce myself. My name is Marita Ardiani. I'm from State Polytechnic of Malang, Department Administration, Business Administrations. Okay, so basically in Japanese, because I'm belonging to the Java tribe, there is a negative stigma about women being leaders. So especially on representative on parliament and legislative, there is negative stigma about women being leader. So women are seen as weak, not strong enough than men. So my questions is, how can women become leaders when women, especially in Indonesia, are faced with the situations of having to prioritize their family by taking care of their children and husband? And then how we can change the deeply rooted negative stigma associated with women as leaders. Thank you.
You're right. The negative stigmas are incredible. There's mind stigmas because we don't think we're good enough, and there's social stigmas, yeah, to it. The thing is, the qualities of an individual, whether it's man or woman, whether they're from rural, educated, or highly educated is irrelevant. I think there's a particular kind of purpose that makes someone want to lead, right? And that purposefulness means that even all the negative voices, somehow you find a way to navigate. The women leaders in the, from East Java, from different locations, holding focus group discussions with Sulika and myself, with various women from government to university to social community leadership. The thing is, they are not trying to compete with men's or deny men's version of what they are. They just keep going. So if we are beholden to the society's version of our capacity, we don't do anything. That's the whole point of the gender equity component, yeah? And the other thing is, being a woman leader doesn't necessarily mean that you are a feminist or you're committed to the women's equity cause, right? A lot of the women leaders are actually very servant-like, very obedient until they come to a higher leadership position. Women's first reach of leadership is community and local mayors and government. Being a local government leader is like a low-hanging fruit, but that experience gets you more national and global. So how we can do it is not listen to others and just follow the mission inside And the other thing is, don't be overly ambitious, because leadership is about experience. And that experience can come from small things. You don't go to being a rector first, you go to being a lecturer first. But you find that path, yeah? Don't listen to anyone else's voice. Sorry, that's me.
Yes, that's right. I agree, 100% agree with you, Dr. Renata. Okay, for the next question is from Bapak Ahmad Fatoni Rodli.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, professors, the speakers, especially my close friend, Professor Sukri Lampute from Putra, Thailand, director of Putra, Thailand, and then the others. Introduce myself as Professor Fatoni Rodi in Economic and Social Studies. And I want 3 points for all the speakers. The first is the regulation about the leadership of women. There is a lot of regulation in the world, and then some of one regulation is for the election. In Indonesia, we have about the regulation, the election. It is 30% have to prepare as a candidate of parliament, and then candidate the others. So there is the regulation for Indonesia.
Yep.
And the implementation is a lot of a problem too, because there is until now it is never those 30%. My ask is, what about the other country from Peru, Australia, and Thailand, etc. About that. The second is about the helicopter views studies of our studies, especially for the women studies or gender studies. I think we have to add the one view, not only rural or not only traditional and not only modern, but also about the native atau pre-religious suku terasing. There is the native people, a lot of in Indonesia and around the world too. And how about the target? How about the vision from the community of the gender studies in universities about that? I think it is important if Kathy can answer it. And then the last is I will discuss with Pak Sukri Lampute. We will make an international conference ADRI in Turkey, in Bangkok in February 2025. So I do hope all of the participants can join us. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ahmad. For the keynote speakers, please answer the question from Bapak Ahmad Fatoni from Prof. Kathy, maybe?
I
Or
feel
Dr.
guilty
Violeta?
I feel guilty. Thank you, Ahmed. Very important questions to ask. And everyone, please step in, because I just naturally am very passionate and talk. So if I talk first, someone wants to talk, I stop. You're talking about the political participation quotas, yeah? My concern with that is it's good. You need it, okay. But, countries like Pakistan, Indonesia, wherever we are, where there are quotas, yeah, for women participation, it's both good and it's not that great. The good part is simply that there's access for women, but they're not often competent leaders, and they often are, seen as a token doll of the men that have, or the families that have placed them in that position of, yeah. So once they get in there, they have to make sure that they're not doing favors for their family, for their husband, for their sons, yeah? And they're being questioned as if they are a doll placed, you know, with the backing of family and men. The other element is it may not be a hard-won training ground for being a leader, and it's only after they get into power, into parliament, that process of learning to be a leader happens. Either way, I'm not against it, but it's not automatic sign of women's leadership. And in many places, women are seen as quoted into women's affairs, education, community affairs. So even if they get into parliament, you know, part of a party and so forth, the women, like in Nepal and so forth, speaking to a woman, she said to me, yes, but they wanted me to stay in the traditional roles of women. They didn't give me portfolio of finance or technology or economics. They give me the portfolio of women's affairs. Can you see? That's what I was talking about before, about that institutionalizing inequality in the disguise of equality searching.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And for Dr. Anna, is it okay if you want to leave the panel? If you have something to do, it's okay. Thank you for your insightful thoughts.
Sorry, I am.
It's nice to meet you. See you on the next seminar. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now, Prof. Kepi.
Yeah, okay. We have the targeted women in the participation of women in the parliament, and I think the achievement of Prabowo parliament, red and white parliament, yeah, is still low, yeah, less than 30 until 32%. That is the targeted. I think the achievement is still 80 until 20%. Yeah. It's mean we need work hard how to encourage the women active in the participation in the parliament, and this is the influence of cultural aspect is still dominant. Yeah, it means we need the education, like socialization, because the cultural aspect is very, I think very qualitative aspect and very difficult aspect. Yeah, there is many aspects need research, and I hope, or we hope, we hope the role of GESI Center Studies, like in University of Wijaya Putra, take a role in the research and maybe research and services like that. Many aspects in the politics need the encourage from the academic. Yeah, it's mean the we hope the role of women or gender studies or GESI studies like in Wijaya Putra University. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Saya boleh nambah 5 aspek penting untuk Ibu Ketty ya. Saya ngomong bahasa Indonesia aja. Karena ini masalah yang negatif.
Baik, Pak.
Saya 8 tahun di DPR RI sebagai staf ahli dan menjadi pengamat, menjadi anggota yang memberitahu apa saja yang harus dikerjakan oleh parlemen wanita. Termasuk Angelina Sondak, termasuk yang lainnya, dan masuk penjara semua itu. Orang-orang cantik-cantik, orang-orang. Ada 5 aspek Ibu Ketty yang bisa kita teliti.
Yes.
Yang pertama, kadang-kadang ibu-ibu itu suka digonggung. Apa digonggung itu bahasa Jawanya? Ya, dipuja-puja, dirayu-rayu.
disanjung.
Ya.
Laki-laki susah disanjung. Yang kedua, mudah ditipu.
Oh.
Ya. Jadi mereka dengan senyuman, politisi kan nggak bisa diartikan itu dengan senyuman. Ketiga, merasa kalau berkuasa itu berbahaya. Jadi ketika itu saya ingatkan Bu Angelina Sondag, itu jangan begitu mainnya. Nanti biasanya kami bantu. Apa yang dia sampaikan? Saya ini kan partai penguasa. Jadi saya bebas, padahal wartawan itu malah menjebak. Kemudian keempat adalah mereka tidak bisa komunikasi dalam bentuk-bentuk yang sifatnya lobby-lobby tingkat tinggi. Dan itu rata-rata di hotel-hotel, di kamar-kamar hotel. Sebagai seorang wanita susah melayani lobby-lobby tingkat tinggi, akhirnya banyak ditinggalkan, tidak bisa mengikuti perkembangan kompromi-kompromi terakhir. Nah yang terakhir, lah biasanya ibu-ibu tuh ekstrim. Kalau kadang sayang banget. Kalau benci banget. Tidak bisa masuk ke dalam kompromi. 5 variabel ini mungkin bisa menjadi penelitian Ibu Keti. Nanti saya undang untuk artikel di Bangkok ya. Terima kasih. Sorry, ini Indonesia.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad ya.
Tony. Ya, thank you, Pak.
Ya, saya Presiden Asosiasi Dosen Republik Indonesia, ADRI.
Okay, thank you so much. But for me my question is the first and number one and number two. Perempuan mudah disanjung, tapi perempuan mudah ditipu. Ya, this is I think this is hypothesis, Mr. Ahmad.
Yes.
Or reality. Yeah. We
Yeah.
need to, we can make the research collaboration with you. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Kepi dan Pak Ahmad. The third question from Pak Ahmad is for Dr. Sukri Langputa, is that right?
Yes,
Dr. Sukri? Dr. Sukri is not here anymore. Oh, already left. Yeah. Okay, we move to Ibu Sartia from Kendari.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibu Yurila. Okay, I would like to say thanks for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I would like to say hello to Violeta Schubert. I'm alumni from Melbourne University, the Key Center for Women's Health. My expertise is actually reproductive health and gender. So I've been as a consultant for more than 15 years about the gender in several projects, which is actually project outside project and also American project. Prof. Kepi, thank you very much, Prof. Kepi. I do happy because Prof. Kepi is our colleague here, the head of Association of Gender and Women Studies in Indonesia. So she's very active in promoting gender equality. And I would like to raise the 3 issues actually, whether this is we call a question or I just need some confirmation or additional supporting idea from key speakers today. I've got 3 issues raised actually. For the first one, I do agree with Dr. Violeta in regard with the introducing gender issues or so far it's quite narrow. I do agree with that because we'll start it historically when we think we flash back with the introduction for gender mainstreaming. It was a long time ago, right? It is from ICPD, I think in 1994, which is how many years from now, which is a long time ago. We have introduced gender mainstreaming. Unfortunately, we're still far way behind. We're still far away in reaching ultimate goal, which is I do agree. I think Violet Schubert agree with me, and the keyword that we really need to refine, or I think one of the person questioned earlier, because we need to refine a gender mainstreaming perspective in order to introduce, it's not only for women, but this actually for whole group of society, which is this is the keyword that we really need to work on. Approaching gender equality is not only promoting women as an affirmative action. It's not only promoting women as a leader, but we need to encourage all community, all a level of people understand deeply or understand more precisely in context of gender equality. This is quite a challenging Violet, when I did my consultancy work, because as we can see, actually we are promising to do that. Unfortunately, we still have a lack of what do you call, a lack of I say a lack of resources or something like that in terms of approaching gender inequality is not only for women, but we have to move on to introducing to women to men. My terminology, I would like to say that I always mention about the concept women empowerment and men involvement. Men involvement. We need to start for this, because as we can rise in terms of women empowerment, and we do like this, for example, conference, we do a training, we conduct the research. It's almost involvement is women only. Like, for example, in a government program, if the government program, the title for the program is related to gender, the all government send the representative from their own minister is actually women. So this is kind of thing that we really need to work on it. We cannot actually blame this approaching for the first historically, but we need to read strengthening about the approaching now in terms of, for example, let's say I do agree with what you call with you of Velota in terms of affirmative action in Indonesia. We really need to work on in terms of the priority or procedure being a representative in political in legislative, because I do agree with
Excuse me,
what
Ibu
did you
Sastia.
explain to
Ibu
me about
Sastia, please
my point.
conclude your question,
Yes,
because we have limited of time.
my first concerns is like Valen is actually we need to enlarge, or we need to redefine approaching gender equality. Maybe Ibu Shaban have that kind of approaching. And the second point is well, as a matter of fact, we do approaching we do try to see affirmative action is not only in legislative, but it's actually in a ministerial level, or even in provincial level. We have women empowerment and children protection department or dinas. But unfortunately, again, we say that we really need to refine or redefine or re-evaluate on the right men on the right place, or the right women in the right place, because we can see the fact, sorry to say, the fact is many women empowerment bureau or it's not literally the right person. Well, there on the other hand, there are many potential women who should sit in the right place position, but I think they don't have any power. They're powerless. Women sometimes facing a very big challenging in terms of powerless, due to the culture, due to the another perspective. I think that's my comments. Actually, honestly, this is only my curiosity to speak out, because Anna and also Violet is actually fascinating presentation, and I really need to explore more. I mean, I really need her to explore more about the approach that we really need to do for the future intervention. Thank you very much.
I love your passion. I love your passion. Do you know, one of the things is that and it comes with actually, a lot of the instructions of education and what we value in the society. But we've got this weird idea that advancement comes with being rational, removing the emotional and the moral, and being very, very positivistic about here's what we need to do, let's get going, let's do it. I was doing research amongst Indigenous Australian leaders, elder, and he made this comment that has stuck with me like crazy. That you can get the ministers, you can get the heads of banks, you can get heads of big industries, right? And they all invite you to sit down at their table. But you never forget that you're sitting at their table. Can you see? So if our conceptualization of gender equity is sitting at the table of men by invitation of men, I think, it's then we have this track of how to achieve it. If our conceptualization of equity is something different, we have to change our approach. I've got nothing against political quotas or education access or the forming of laws or something, but you can end up creating the reframing of the same inequities because of our conceptualization of gender equity. That was my point. That I was, So the mainstreaming, yes, in 2010, I gave a talk on, I thought that mainstreaming should be eradicated to the European Feminist Organization. It's still going.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ibu Santia and Dr. Violeta. What an amazing presentation there. Amazing discussions. We will continue until dawn, but unfortunately, we have limited of time. Okay, let me wrap up our today's discussion. The insights shared by our distinguished speakers, such as Professor Dr. Kepi Sukesi, she said that empowered women contribute significantly to achieving SDGs, fostering economic growth, education, and environmental sustainability. And from Dr. Violeta Schubert, who urged us to rethink outdated gender binaries, and from Dr. Ana Gabriela Mansilla, who highlighted the disparities in autonomy and opportunities, have illuminated both the progress we have made and the challenges that lie ahead. They have reminded us that achieving gender equity is not just a policy ambition, but a societal imperative that demands our collective effort. And from Dr. Sri Juniworo Astuti, she said that women are pivotal to the success of tourism villages in Indonesia, contributing significantly to economic activities, decision-making, and community sustainability. The last one from Dr. Supri Lampute, he said that by collectively advancing gender equality, we are not only supporting the realization of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, but also building a foundation for a more inclusive, equitable, and prosperous world. So this conference has been a testament to the power of collaboration across disciplines, regions, and cultures. I smell collaboration in today's discussion, yeah. From innovative tools like the Gender Professional Development Index to the inspiring stories of women leaders reshaping institutions. We have seen that transformative change is possible when diverse voices come together. Okay, as we part ways, let us carry with us the values that have guided this gathering, empathy, dialogue, and the unwavering belief that equity and inclusion are achievable. The last one, I extended my deepest gratitude to all participants, organizers, amazing keynote speakers today who made this event possible. Your passion, expertise, and commitment have made this conference a resounding success. Let us leave here inspired, energized, and determined to build a world where gender equality and social inclusion are not aspirations but realities. Together, we can make it happen. Thank you all, and I wish you all safe travels and
Thank
continued
you so
success in
much,
your
Ibu
endeavors.
Enda.
Thank you once again
Thank
for your active
you.
participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a great day.
Thank you, Prof. Kepi. Thank you, Violeta and all.
Ibu Violeta. Izin live.
Jangan lift dulu, Prof.
Ah?
Jangan lift dulu.
Oh,
Sudah dinyalakan?
Ya, jam 12:30 ada acara.
Oh,
Iya, mohon maaf.
Okay, thank you for your time. Please stay in here. Yeah, we are very grateful for your attention, and your support means a lot to us. Move forward to all participants in this international conference and call for papers. It's time for submission of certificate. Please turn on your camera. And for the first one, please allocate the day to provide a certificate. Ibu Dr. Dwi Lesno, please turn on your camera. And for the first one is going to Prof. Dr. Insinyur Kepi Sukesi. Okay, we will take a photo. Please hold on, please hold. Okay, I'll count ya. 3, 2, 1. Cheers. Okay, thank you, Prof.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
And the second one to Dr. Violeta Schubert, yeah. Still here or? All right. Dr. Violeta Schubert, knock. Okay.
Yeah, they're not here.
Oh, not here. Okay. 3, 2, 1, please. And then Dr. Anna Grabiela Mansila.
Prof. Sukri also already left.
Oh, already left. Thank you.
Yes, I think
Okay, for the
all keynote
next.
speaker.
Yes. Okay, thank you for the next. For Dr. Sriyuni Warastuti MCom. Ibu, mohon izin. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Dwi, and all committee. Pak Ahmad Fatoni, apa kabar?
Terima kasih,
Ya.
kabar. Pak Prof. Sukri Lampute itu ada di Indonesia atau di Thailand?
Thailand.
Mungkin bulan depan ke
di
Jakarta.
Surabaya, Oh ya.
Bulan depan rencana mungkin ke
Oke,
Jakarta. Ya.
Oh ya. Ini kita mau bikin rakernas ADRI di Bangkok itu. Nanti gabung deh.
Okay. Okay, let's move to Bapak. To our moderator, Ibu Yurela Indah Mulyati, SSSEMM. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ya, sama-sama.
Yeah. Thank you, Bu Dwi.
Semangat Bu Yurela, sukses. Selamat Bu Dwi.
Okay, let's.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, let's move on. Before we move to the next session and close the keynote speaker session, I have a pantun, yeah, for our wonderful keynote speakers. Ini Ibu Bu Yurela bisa nambahin cakep ya. Okay, a monkey is stealing an apple pie. It presses a button to open the gateway. I promise this is not a goodbye. I'll see you again someday. Thank you. Time South.
Thank you,
A break.
See you.
Let's take a break. Thank you for all. Let's take a break for an hour. And please do join, be ready in this virtual stage at what time, Budian? A half past 2. A half past 1. Setengah 2 ya. Setengah 2. As soon as possible to continue the parallel session. Thank you. Please take a break first. Isoma boleh melanjutkan sholat zuhur, makan, dan istirahat. Nanti kita kembali di jam setengah 2. Terima kasih.
Saya boleh gabung untuk presentasi, Bu. Saya banyak materi yang belum
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to ICGSI 2024, the first international conference and call for papers on gender and social inclusion. Okay, now everyone please join to our breakout room. We have 3 rooms. You can choose whatever you want. We have room 1, 2, and 3. But before that, you have to rename your name first. For the example, via underscore room 1. Like that. Okay. For everyone, please, all of you in this main room, you can choose your breakout room. We have 3 rooms, 1, 2, and 3. But before you enter the breakout room, please rename your name as soon as possible because our parallel session will begin. Ini jumlahnya berapa itu yang ada di situ? I'll repeat it again. Please rename your Zoom account in this main room. Your name underscore room 1 or room 2 or room 3 based on your breakout room. They already shared by our committee. Sorry, misunderstanding. Okay, I'll repeat again. Please enter your breakout room as soon as possible because our parallel session will begin. Okay, we have 30% in this main room. Please again rename your name. And don't forget to enter your breakout room as soon as possible, like our committee shared. Ibu Eni Widiawati underscore room 1. Just roomnya. Okay, good job. Thank you. Mr. Muhammad Haris Murdani, please rename your name. and 38 participants. Please again. Okay. If you are not presentation today, please feel free to join in room 1 or room 2 or room 3 for just feel free to join with us in parallel session without presentation. Nah, breakout room untuk yang menggunakan handphone dan breakout room untuk yang menggunakan komputer. Menunya, tombolnya kalau untuk yang handphone ada di pojok kiri dan yang breakout room yang menggunakan komputer ada di bawah. Silakan pilih roomnya sesuai dengan topik yang sudah dibagikan oleh panitia. Untuk saudara-saudara sekalian, untuk partisipan yang hadir tetapi tidak submit papers boleh join mengikuti presentasi, melihat dan menyaksikan presentasi pada parallel session. Feel free to join. But don't forget to rename your account first. If you have any question, just drop your question in chat feature. Be ready in this virtual stage. We will continue the parallel sessions. Untuk menu breakout room-nya yang menggunakan handphone ada di pojok atas, dan yang di breakout room untuk yang menggunakan device komputer ataupun laptop ada di bawah menu breakout room-nya. Silahkan memilih room yang sesuai dengan topiknya atau yang sesuai yang sudah di-share oleh panitia. Dan jangan lupa untuk mengganti nama terlebih dahulu dengan format nama underscore room 1, room 2, atau room 3. Karena sesi paralel akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Aku udah mulai. Kok nggak jalan? Oh, sudah ready ya? Okay, Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Before we say goodbye, we would like to take a moment to thank our keynote speakers and our co-hosts who helped make this international conference a call for paper possible. We also would like to thank the audience for their participation and interest in gender equality to accelerate SDGs. We believe that the information presented here will be beneficial to all who attend. We hope that this international conference and call for paper will inspire you to take action towards your goals. Thank you again for joining us today. We appreciate your time and hope to see you again soon. My warmest greetings to all the participants. We do apologize if we have mistakes as long as this international conference and call for paper be held. Have a wonderful day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.